Okay, decided to bring back the microphone here. I did quite like talking during trading. It definitely kept me more involved, more focused. And it's a lot easier than writing notes. So whenever I do this, I can talk about what I'm seeing and what I'm about to do. I don't have to worry about looking away from the chart and taking any notes. So yeah, might continue doing this, but we will see. So let's get into the day here. So obviously there's a news event at 8:30. It looks like it gets back to normal pretty quickly. Get a spike up. 2 legs down, or attempted leg down. So we have a spike up here, downtrend break, attempt at a new low, and then we move to a new high of the uptrend. Even during news events, the price action still holds true. And we'll see here, if you draw a spike in channel, it gets a break and a slight new high, creating a triple test before we move lower. So that's basically perfect price action right there. Don't need that there. Clearly, there's some, well, not necessarily some support down at these lows yet. There's one touch. So drawing a range at the overnight lows and at the overnight highs where there is some clearly some resistance at the overnight highs. Looks like there's a little bit of a range right here. So I'm expecting prices might come back and test this breakout area. And we're just congesting right now. It looks like we might have made 2 legs down, 2 imperfect legs down out of this range. Struggling to come back to the EMA. So thinking about what trades I might be potentially interested in right now. Definitely only interested in shorts at the moment. Everything to the upside has played out, but there's nothing that's completely clear to me right now to go short. So there might be a second entry, maybe a second entry coming off of this old support level that holds as resistance. Maybe that's something I'd be interested in, but nothing for certain right now. And I have my second monitor turned off because I don't want it to be a distraction. So if anybody types anything, then I won't see it. I'm mainly just doing this for accountability, and then also so that way I can review my trades at the end of the day. That way YouTube can save everything up with the dates and everything. I don't have to worry about it. One less step for me. I can just go ahead and live stream it. If people watch it, great. If people don't watch it, I don't really care, to be honest. In fact, I tried to make the stream private. Apparently you can't do that. So here we are. Looks like we had a failed break out the high side of this congestive area, and now we are moving lower. There could be a trend coming down here, but I'm always hesitant to draw larger trends, even though this isn't too large, within a range, especially whenever prices are sort of chopping around. So I'll draw it, but I'm going to be hesitant to trust it. About to come into the open here. Volume definitely picking up. Looks like we might be overshooting. Closed right back within there. So this trend so far is looking correct. Depending on how it acts as it comes back, I might be willing to take a short here. We are getting close to the range midline, so that is worth noting. Ideally, in a range, you want to take shorts off the highs and longs off the lows. As you get in the middle area towards this midline, the trades are a little bit riskier. Getting one strong leg up right here, breaking the possible trend line. So we might be looking for a break and new low of this downtrend. But again, because this is range-like, I'm hesitant to rely on trends like this. Clearly there is one leg up right here. So let's see if we're able to get a break and new high of that. So we do get a break and new high and a second entry short. It looks like that could have been a good second entry short, actually, because it has a, you can see here, breaks below this bearish bar, breaks above, and then you come back down to create the second entry. I don't exactly know why I skipped it. I just didn't really feel great about taking it, but it looks like it could be a good one. It's definitely congestive. You might get a lower high here. So it looks like this break and new high was not convincing enough, and prices are coming back to test that area again. You are finding some resistance right here. So you've already had the second entry short, so I'm not really looking for an entry, but this could be a good area to look for an entry because now you've had this true second attempt up and you get this lower high right here. So this looks like it could be a decent trade as well. Lower high with the triple test, but you're not breaking lower right there, so I suppose not. Looks like you might be getting a second leg to a new high. So you have this one leg up. It does have the break and new high, but that's small scale. On a larger scale, looks like this could be a break and two legs up right here. Let's see about the measured move. I want to check and see if this one worked out. I think it did though. Yep, looks like you would have just barely gotten out for 1-to-1. So now looks like you get a, again, short-term uptrend, break and two legs to a new high, close to two measured moves. Now I'm still thinking you might get a break and new low for this downtrend right here, especially now that this uptrend has played out. So you might get some sort of lower high or some sort of failed second entry going lower. I wouldn't take that because I'm just looking at second entries at the moment, but that is what I would be thinking right now. And we're continuing higher here. So this downtrend, like I said, I'm always hesitant to trust downtrends, especially in a range, because it could be tighter. Maybe it's something like this where it already has a break and new low. So maybe something like that. I'm going to stick with that for now. It looks like this old support might be coming into play a little bit. It's not quite up to it yet, but if you view it as a zone, this was a support zone, this could be sort of a resistance zone now. This resistance that I thought was there is not actually coming into play. Prices did not respect that. We're getting close to the true measured move of this leg up, but I'm not looking for shorts anymore because prices are continuing to chop higher here. Possible uptrend here, though I don't love the look of that. It's hard to say that there's not some support coming in right here though. So right now I'm not really looking for any trade. I don't see anything that's like a sure thing context wise. I'm seeing prices just sort of chop around right now. I don't see anything that I particularly like to the upside or the downside. Of course, on a shorter term basis, I think that you have a slight up bias because of this possible trend working higher. But it's nothing sure enough that I would be confident in taking it long. So, though this uptrend might be correct, I don't really love the look of it. I guess we'll see if prices move now that they would have broken it. If they move to break a new high, then it could be correct, and I might end up redrawing it. But I just don't love the look of it now, so I'm going to remove it because I don't want it to skew my read of anything. Prices just sort of flip-flopping the EMA here. You can see there's no respect for the EMA. So we sort of respected it there, but then we went right through it, kind of held it, but we're back through it. So this is definitely range-like action, and I'm hesitant to take any trade at all still. Just waiting for prices to show me something clearer. I want a clear direction and then a clear second entry. That's what I want. Looks like there might be sort of a smaller range forming within here. I'm not going to draw anything until I'm more sure of that, but I can clearly see it looks like there's some support coming in somewhere around this area. So I'm going to wait and see what prices do before I draw anything. So I'm not positive. But it looks like this old support from this range is coming into play as resistance. You can see we pushed up through it slightly, then we came back and tested it. And it looks like it did end up rejecting right there. Looks like there's a short-term downtrend here that gets a break and a new low. So there's possibly two legs down right there. Came up a little bit short, but it definitely looks like a visual two legs down. For some reason it says I don't have any ATM strategy on. Usually it automatically selects one, so I'm not sure what was going on there. And of course, still trading sim, no point in me trading live until I am consistently profitable in the simulator. Still finding some resistance off of this level. Pushing it up and through that resistance level, not super strongly yet, but there's definitely a slight push through right there. I'm going to redraw this uptrend because it looks like there might have been a break with 2 legs, and now we're moving to a new high of this uptrend. So let's see how prices react now. Looks like there was a little bit of a short-term uptrend with a break and a new high there. So now you have this uptrend, 2 breaks, or 2 legs breaking it, and 2 legs to a new high. This would be a place where I would potentially be interested in taking a short. Looks like you have a low here, and this is a first entry, and you might get a second entry there. So that could be something that I'm potentially interested in. I'm gonna put in an order just in case. Right now I haven't seen the momentum that I'm looking for, so I'd like to see maybe a tick higher and then a nice move down, sort of proving that yes, this uptrend is over. Haven't seen that yet, but we might. So I think if this just sort of gingerly closes on its low, like let's say if it just ticks higher than sort of like, you know, like weekly trades down, I'm probably not going to be interested in that. I want to see some momentum here, especially because I'm sort of trading against, well, you know, now that I draw this uptrend here and we're continuing higher, something like that, I think I probably will just skip out on any kind of second entry at all. It's possible that that this works out. It did end up having some momentum there, like I was looking for on the downtrend, but it's a little bit too risky to me looking at this short-term uptrend that's working higher. So I'll put that there, but I don't really think it's a great trade. And it looks like it does end up being a trap there. Let's see if prices are able to rocket higher after they break this. So lots of times whenever you see a bar like that, so opposite bar, so right now we're trending up, you see a bearish bar. If prices are able to break that, then there might be a trap for all of these shorts right here. I wouldn't want to take that, but I'm interested in watching to see what happens. Let's watch. So we were able to break higher there. Doesn't look like there's really any, I was going to say any reaction, just a couple ticks. So we didn't get that that surge up that I was thinking that we might right there. clearly this short-term uptrend is continuing to work higher. So initially I was thinking that it was a like two legs like this, one and then two, and then we were going to see some sort of bearish bar right here to create a second entry, and that's where I was sort of interested in entering. But then whenever we continued higher, it started looking more and more like there was this short-term uptrend right here, and that made me not so interested in entering, even though there was a nice bearish bar that I was sort of looking for back here. But with prices continuing up, it didn't look so much like two legs, it looked more like one leg. And I didn't want to trade against this uptrend. So that's what I'm seeing there. It looks like that uptrend might have a break and new high, but it's all in one bar. So you can see there is a break and there is a new high there, but it's all in one bar, and those are less reliable to consider a break and new high for me, or at least I found. Now it looks like there is definitely a more convincing closeout side, so we might see another push up to that break and new high. We are bumping up against these overnight highs as there's a triple test right here, so you clearly have some resistance there. So I want to watch whether prices are able to hold that or not. You can see that after prices came off of it, they were not able to trade all the way down to the overnight lows. So that could mean two things. That could mean that there's more buying pressure and we're going to break out the highs, as you can see here is kind of what's happening. Or it could also be a smaller range. Maybe the range is like this instead. So I want to see what happens as prices break out of here. Are they able to continue, or are they going to come back within? What I'm expecting is for prices to come back within after they've broken the overnight highs, especially considering that it was holding as resistance there. I'm going to look to see if there's any kind of measured move. It looks like we might have already surpassed that though. Yep, surpassed it just a tad, and we're continuing higher. So this is making me think that this might end up being an uptrend here. But I'm, again, first going to expect prices to come back and test this. So I want to see what's going to happen on this next pullback. Are we able to test this overnight high resistance, and is it going to hold as support? Are we even going to be able to reach it, or are we going to just completely fade it? So let's say if we fade it, we have a really strong downtrend and then a second entry short. That's a trade that I'd be interested in. I'm going to be hesitant to go long at this point in time. I need more proof that this is going to continue before I consider a long, especially considering it looks like an uptrend with a break and two legs higher that creates two larger legs up. So there's a lot of things telling me that I do not want to go long right now. So I'm not going to even consider that. So I'm not considering a trade at all. Again, what I'm looking for right now is possibly a strong downtrend and then a second entry short coming back within this range. And I'm waiting on a larger structure to form or more proof that we're going to continue higher before I look for a long entry. And we are continuing higher pretty strongly too. So after we completed these two sort of measured legs up and this uptrend is played out, there's basically no reason why prices shouldn't be able to come back and test this resistance area. So I have to ask myself, why are prices continuing higher and continuing higher so strongly, even though everything to the high side has played out? And so that makes me think maybe there's another structure here. It would be strange, it would be weird to draw a trend off of that level. And in fact, it looks like there might be some sort of spike in channel up here. So I'm going to put something like that. And I'm very uncertain about this trend. So I would be extremely hesitant to play something like that as of right now. This is a weird set of trends if this is correct. It's not often that I would see a trend like this and then a trend like this. And if one of these is correct, then I would bet that the other one is not. So if this one is correct, then I would bet that this one is not. Or if this one is correct, then I would bet that this one is not. So right now, let's just watch and see. It looks like prices might be working up this midline. So if you put that there, then you can see that it looks like there might be some resistance right here off the midline. And then you come up, you push through, and you get some possible support off of this midline. You are getting a push lower, so I'm going to pull this in and see how that looks. It doesn't look nearly as good there. So I want to look at something possibly like that. And that sort of gives you the same thing. Some resistance right here off of what could be the midline, and some support off of what could be the midline. If prices come back to this trend line with a second entry long, I might consider entering. It wouldn't be a perfect entry because I'm uncertain of this uptrend. But this is a pretty strong up bias right now. So maybe I would consider that. It looks like you're getting a congestive area. So you have two dojis here, a big bearish bar, and then you have two bars that stack within this bearish bar. That is clearly a congestive area. So I want to watch and see what's going to happen. You have a double top. Let's say if we come down here and we test this trend line and it holds, and then you get maybe a higher low right there, creating a second entry long, that could be an interesting setup to me right now. I wouldn't want to count this as a first entry, and then the second one, like if there's a leg down right here. So let's say we get a second entry right here, even if it's coming off the trend line, I think I'm going to skip that. It does have merit. So especially right here, being so far away from the EMA, I would not be interested in this second entry. Not at all. That's too sketchy. But let's say we continue to move down and we get a second entry with a nice bullish signal bar right off of this trend line. Don't think I'm going to take that either. Ultimately, yes, this could be first leg, second leg, but it looks like congestion and then one leg. And in such a uncertain area already, I don't think that I'm willing to risk that, even though it could be a decent trade if we get a good signal bar right here. The other thing of merit that it does have, a good thing that it does have, is that it would be coming off of these congestive lows. It's coming off a little bit of support there. So I want to watch what's going to happen here, but I think even if it works out, I'll be content watching this one go without me. Let's see what happens. There's still potential for me to enter because this is a double top here. So let's say if we get a first entry here and then we come back and we get a second entry off of this trend line, now that it looks like it might have been confirmed right here, even though some people might consider this confirmed because it's kind of got one, maybe, two touches in there and a third here. To me, I'm just not certain about it. So I want something a little bit more confirmed there, I guess. Price is looking really congestive in here. I'm going to pull down this high side, and that looks more correct to me. Wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting some sort of trap here going lower on this bullish bar. Okay, it looks like we are getting a little bit of up movement, but it's being rejected. So we saw a little push up right there, but it's getting strongly rejected. Look at how both those times it got turned down right there. Let's see what's going to happen. Clearly just some congestive action. You're playing this range. So you have two sort of competing forces. You have this up bias and possible uptrend competing against a congestive area, this micro range. And it looks like we're testing the high side of that range. I want to see if we're going to be able to break out of this. Okay, it looks like we might continue higher right here. So let's see what this trade would be looking like if you're taking it 1-to-1. You wouldn't quite have gotten out yet. It's not to say you won't, but not quite yet. Chopping higher. It looks like prices were not able to close outside just yet. Again, not to say they won't, but clearly this resistance is in play. So that resistance right there, in play. Prices are slowly chopping higher. This is looking like it could be a strong trend. Whenever you get these small dojis working higher, that's a strong trend. So I'm going to adjust this just a tad, something like that, so that way this fits a little bit better. And this trend is definitely looking correct to me right now. You can see that prices broke out of this congestive level. So you have this second entry long right here that again, I skipped, and I still stand by skipping that one. Maybe I'll think later on that I should have taken it, but at least how I saw it at the moment, I'm okay with skipping that. And what might I be looking for right here? Well, it's unlikely that we'll get a second entry long off of this trend line, I think. If we pushed all the way up here, we're getting pretty overbought territory. We haven't come back to the EMA in a long while right here. So let's say we push up here and then we get a second entry long. Well, there's a decent chance that fails because we've been so far away from the EMA for so long. Now, how about we break this uptrend and we get a second entry long? Now that I might be interested in because at this point, I'm pretty confident that this uptrend is correct. So if it breaks, I'm going to be expecting a new high. So depending on how it looks, I might be willing to take a second entry long after the break of this uptrend. Let's see. Continuing to chop higher here. As I said, this is resembling a strong trend because you have these small dojis that are continuously working higher. So right here, you can see, look at this, all these small dojis, and you would think, man, that's not very strong because of all these small bars with lots of wick. But each one is closing higher and higher and higher and higher. That's a strong trend. But then right here, we don't really see that. So I'm not fully convinced. You do get that here, so you get some small dojis working higher. Push up. A little bit of congestive area as prices pause at this resistance. Then we get a breakout, and you can see how the bar size increases on this breakout. You're running these stops right here. So there were probably some stops placed here. And originally, prices are defending it. So you can see people who went short, basically at any point through here, they have their stops placed above here. So they're defending this level. They don't want their stops to be hit. And other people are seeing this and entering on the shorts. But then you get this big bullish bar. And if you were short, you're thinking, man, I should probably get out. And so as people rush to the exit, it creates this big bullish bar right here. So you're running these stops. So people are having to buy back their orders, creating buying pressure. And again, if you had shorted over here and you're seeing this big bullish bar, you're thinking, man, I'm not loving my position. I think I'm going to get out. So creates this big volatile event right here. Continues to chop higher a little bit. Momentum sort of runs out a tad and get a congestive area. You do get this second entry long, as I talked about. I wasn't willing to enter that because I was not sure of this uptrend. And with this being a double top and a sketchier pattern, so whenever you get a double top second entry like this, it is a little bit, it's not as good of a pattern as if you get kind of two clear legs. So with both of those things in mind, I decided to skip this one. And then you start chopping higher. You're looking like a strong trend now. Notice how you're failing to come back to the EMA. First thing to note with that is, well, if you're not coming back to the EMA, what's keeping prices from getting there? And that's further proof that there's something working higher here. There's some sort of support that's keeping prices from reaching where you would think they would reach. And so it gives more proof that there's a trend line up through here. Second thing, again, you have these small dojis working higher. You can see as prices break out of this range, they pull back with this bearish bar. And then you get these small dojis again, working higher. This is, without a doubt, a strong trend up. So, with that in mind, I am willing to loosen my criteria as far as a pattern goes. So I'm still looking for second entries, but because this is such a strong trend, you're trading with the tide. So it doesn't have to be a perfect pattern. So right here, for example, this is not a perfect pattern. But maybe I should have been willing to take this because it is a strong trend. Now, I was not able to catch on to that at the time. I was seeing it was a possible uptrend, but I wasn't seeing these small dojis, this very strong action working higher. But now, if I get a setup like this, even if it's not perfect, I'm probably going to take it. That's what I'm thinking right now. I would not be surprised if this uptrend breaks soon, because prices are failing to even get past the midline. So anytime you see that, anytime you see prices continuously testing one side, so in an uptrend, you're continuously testing the support, but you're not getting to the resistance. That's a big sign that prices are probably going to break soon. So you can see it kind of looks like there's two broader pushes up after this. So well, let's go all the way back. So you get this biking channel. Here's your first push up. You come back and you test it. Second push up. You come off the opposite side, the resistance. You have two legs back, and you're finding more support right here. So you get this push up, but it doesn't even get past the midline. Yeah, this is a strong trend, but it might be unsustainable. It might be too steep, basically, because prices are not coming to the opposite side. So now you get this pullback, and it looks like you got a second leg up right here. But again, prices are not coming off the opposite side. So what's going on? Well, two things. Buying pressure could be slowing down. And compared to what you're seeing right here, that's probably true. Also want to note that this looks like two measured legs up right here. So you can see kind of these two legs, and then kind of folds into this trend. But back to what I was saying. Two things are going on. There's less buying pressure than you were seeing here, but clearly with these strong dojis working higher, there's still quite a bit of buying pressure. So that brings me back to the thinking that this is an unsustainable trend. So this is just too steep. So what we're likely going to see is prices break this and then create some sort of larger structure up. At the very least, after this uptrend is broken, eventually it will be broken, I'm going to be looking for a new high. This is not a convincing break to me. I'm going to extend this just a tad, maybe something like that, because that does not feel like a break yet. It looks like a break is coming, but we haven't seen one yet. So we have a first entry, and we have a potential to get a second entry looking for the break and new high. Right now, prices are looking congestive. You can see a big bearish bar. 1, 2, 3 bars stacking within this bearish bar. One of those is a true doji. Two of them have a little bit of wick on them. That's congestive. So clearly, this uptrend is running out of momentum. We have a first entry, break lower. Looks like a first entry here, and then it breaks higher here, breaks lower, and then we're getting a break higher right here. So that would be your second entry, but it's not a good signal bar. So far from the EMA, not looking for a trade right there. So that does look like it could be a closeout side. So pulling that just a tad in, it looks to me like that is a closeout side, and we might already have a closeout side and new high right there. But if you went to a bigger picture chart, then this would not be. This would all just sort of be one leg up. So even if we get two legs back right now, I might still be willing to take a long, but I'm going to be waiting on a better pattern. So I don't want to take a bad pattern right now because there's already this potential for a break and new high. I'm thinking that this uptrend that I initially had drawn is not correct. This is probably just sideways action, and then we go into this uptrend here. So that's how I'm going to look at that for now. It's possible that we are working towards a second leg up. So you can see, yeah, this uptrend got a break and new high. We get two legs back here, and it looks like we might be working towards this larger second leg right there. I'm also going to put these range measure moves on. So this could be a possible target as well, though this range was definitely not confirmed. Sounds like my neighbor's about to mow his lawn here, so that's probably going to be a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. So again, it looks like this uptrend could already have a break and new high. But if you went to a larger scale chart, it would still just look like one leg up. So if we get a nice two-legged pullback, I would probably still be looking to go long, but it's going to have to be a good pattern. So there we got a first entry. It's possible you have a little bit of support coming in right here. Clearly there's a triple test. So I want to see what's going to happen right here. I want to draw a short-term downtrend. And let's see if that ends up coming into play. Looks like it could be a tad wider, maybe something like that. So we have a first entry long. We're about to break lower, so we are eligible for a second entry long right now. But it just looks like one leg back, so it's not that perfect second entry that I was sort of hoping for. So you can see just one leg back. Clearly looks like it's still within the short-term downtrend. So if we get a good signal bar right here, even though it's a second entry long off of the EMA, I'm not going to take that. In fact, we're getting quite the strong push through the EMA. And so that makes me think this break in new high is sufficient. Whenever you get that, so after a break in new high, one thing that helps me confirm that I was correct, that it was, is a strong push through the EMA. And here you definitely got that strong push through. So that's not to say that we won't get a more complex pullback. So a more complex pullback would be something like this. Maybe a larger two legs back before moving to a new high. Like a larger scale play. You could definitely get that. But right now, I'm going to be looking for second entry shorts. I'm going to be playing this as if this uptrend has a break in new high until I'm proven otherwise. So the short-term downtrend does have a break. I'm expecting prices to attempt to move to the break and new low of that downtrend, or at least attempt it. So again, clearly short-term downtrend, it's a close outside. I'm expecting prices to attempt this low. Okay, one leg back, and prices look like they're going to attempt to move higher. So the buying pressure is still quite strong here. It's not was going to say it's not common. It's definitely common, but the expectation is that this downtrend will get a break and new low. But you're not getting that. Prices are moving higher. So what does that tell you? Even though this uptrend has broken, possibly at a new high, that there's still a lot of buyers. There might even be something right here keeping prices from touching this break and new low. As in, there's something stronger happening right here. So let's watch. There might be the creation of a range. Maybe something like that. Let's see. So as far as entries go, what am I thinking right now? Well, it looks like, again, this uptrend probably has a break and new high. You have a strong leg down. It has a break, but this is a strong break. Usually you would expect a break and a new low, kind of all just right here, just right there. Boom, break, new low. It's not what you're seeing though. You're seeing prices turn up and turn up strongly. So there's either some strong support here, or maybe there's another trend line working up. But I don't see anything that looks like a convincing trend line. I mean, look, sure, you could draw something like that. Maybe if it's off the opposite side, maybe that's correct, but there's not enough evidence right now to tell me that. And you're skipping a lot of price action if you do that. So I'll draw it again. If you draw that, look at how much price action you're skipping through here. That doesn't feel correct to me. So maybe I would consider a second entry short right here off of this potential resistance level. Uptrend played out, spike down. Possible second entry short and triple test. That is definitely an interesting setup to me. Right now you're congesting, so you have a strong bullish bar. You have two dojis inside of it. So if the second entry short sets up, I think I'm going to take that. So I could be wrong, but based on my read right now, I like that entry. I know I'm going to be pushing through this possible support level, but I'm going to take a risk there and see what happens. So let's go right there. So if this does end up being a range, then I will be pushing through the support. It's possible that I've just bought or sold a little bit low. I liked the momentum on that bar, and I feel like I know what's going on. But it's definitely congestive here. And prices are definitely not moving in my favor, at least right now. So just sit back and watch what's going to happen. It looks like I have this off just a tad. There we go. Looks like I'll probably get stopped out here. Let's see, what if we do get a second leg down? What does that look like? That brings us just about to my target. Not saying you will get that. You're definitely working sideways here in a range-like fashion. So pushing through the support level is not the smartest idea. I'm doing it because I'm trading 1-to-1. it looks like we are picking up some steam, but I'm not convinced that we'll get through this level. Even though it's not a confirmed support level, it's where I'm thinking the support's going to come in. So watching to see how it reacts down at the support level. And we are struggling a little bit. You can see we're not just pushing right on through there. And here we go. So we are getting some movement through. One tick from my target. Let's see if we're able to get down there. At this point, we've basically made these two legs down. Let's zoom in a little bit here so I can just make sure I get this correct. Looks like one leg, two legs. We haven't quite reached that. I forgot I already had those drawn. Haven't quite reached that. And we are turning up off this support level. So I'm just going to keep on watching here. There's not anything to do, really. I'm actually not sure if I have this quite in the right place. It looks like this needs to go one higher. So truly this should be right there. I just realized that I had that right at the highs as opposed to one tick above where it should have been. So if I got stopped out there, then I would be quite upset that I had placed that in the wrong place. Thankfully, did not yet. It's not to say that I won't. So we're playing this range. Clearly prices are turning up off of this resistance level. So it looks like I was correct. Pushing through that resistance level or support level is not the best idea. But I'm in it. We're going to see what happens. So on one hand, I'm saying, okay, I really hope that this is able to push through that support level and get me out. But on the other, if it does push through, then that means that my read is just a little bit wrong because I'm thinking that this range is correct. So I have like two opposing views right now. If it pushes through, then my range is wrong. And I was incorrect there. But if it does, then I also get out. So that's that's a plus. So, you know, it's double-sided there. So here we are. We're testing these lows again, testing the support. Let's see if we're able to get through this time. We might make a higher low right here. If we get a higher low, then chances are prices are going to surge up, and I'll probably get stopped out if that's the case. Let's see how far prices have moved so far. Looks like we've moved 2.75 points right there. So it was good for a scalp. So it could be a trade that the Mac might mark, potentially. Well, he won't be releasing a video, but it could be something that he might mark if he was. So here we are. We've come a tick or two from my target once again. We're getting real close there. Okay, so there we go. We ended up getting out there. It's not to say again that this range is still not correct. We could still end up moving higher off of that. But we've clearly made our break and new low. and 2 legs down. No, so 1, 2, and this downtrend has a break and new low. So looking at the broader context, let's look again. Just run through all of everything so far. We have a news event, creates a spike up. Short-term downtrend, gets a break, attempt at new low, creating the spike and channel up. The spike and channel breaks whenever prices create a double top, creating this break right here. Get a move to a new high, creating a triple test. Creates this possible range high right at the overnight high. So technically, I guess the overnight high could be right here. But because of where I came into trading today and where it looks best to me is right here. So this triple test. Okay. Downtrend. If you are not careful and you draw this too wide, then you could be looking for a break and new low, like I was earlier. But it's tighter. Looks like this. It's tighter like this. Get this congestive area that works through the trend line. A break and new low for the downtrend. Now we're continuing higher. And it looks like prices are working towards a measured move up. So right here. 1, 2. Looking for that measured move up. Get a spike up. It gets a break and a new high. All in this one bar right here. Creates a second entry short. And I considered this second entry short, looking for this possible break a new low whenever I had this trend drawn a little bit wider. But like I said, I wasn't certain about it. So I skipped that one. It would have worked out, but you can see that's not where prices went. So I would have been wrong. Even though it worked out, I would have been wrong in my thinking. Prices continue to sort of chop higher right here. It looks like even though there's no clear bounds, there's no clear range, clearly it's choppy and it looks range-like. Now, you get 2 legs back and a spike and channel up. Really small spike and a channel up. Clearly, it looks to me like this channel is correct. These prices are failing to come back to the EMA. Continuously failing to come back to the EMA and clearly riding up something right there. They get a break and a new high. It's not a very convincing break and new high though. But before that break and new high, you can see the prices they're failing to reach the opposite side, the resistance of this uptrend. Tells you it's probably going to break. So you get the break. Move to a new high. Not very convincing. Strong leg down. Pushes through the EMA. Whenever I saw this, I was thinking, maybe this is a break and new high. Maybe I was right. But then we push right back through. And it looks like prices are going to attempt a more convincing break and new high. But look what happens. This short-term uptrend turns down. It creates a double top. And then you get a lower high right here, creating a second entry short and a triple test. And that's why I decided to enter right there, because it looks like this uptrend is now over and you've tested it. So it was a little bit congestive and I was pushing through this possible support area, which looks like it was correct. As you can see, you get a double bottom, and then prices are continuing to find some support off this level. So definitely risky there. I think it was a decent entry as far as the area goes, but I was asking a lot out of prices to come all the way through there, and it looks like I just barely got out of there. So I entered there, and where was my stop? Yeah, it looks like I just barely got out of there. So now let's take a look at what's currently happening. So now we've had 1, 2 legs down, 2 measured legs down. Everything has played out to the downside, and you're coming off of this range support. So now it looks like prices are probably going to make another attempt at this high, creating a more convincing break a new high, now that everything has played out to the downside. So this is what I was talking about whenever I was saying earlier there might be a more convincing, or well, first off, a more convincing break into high, but also a more complex pullback. So here you can see, let's take this for example. This is a short-term 2 legs. So on the 2000 tick, you can see 1, 2, second entry long, kind of looks like 2 legs. But let's say we go to a bigger picture chart. This all looks like just 1 leg up. Even though there's a break in here, it looks like 1 leg up. You get 1 leg back, you get a second leg back on the bigger picture chart. So this would be a second entry on the bigger picture chart going higher. In fact, that was probably a good higher low entry right there. Now, how about the second entry? Maybe this could even be a good second entry. You kind of have a double top here, first entry long, and then you could have a second entry long right there. But clearly this higher low would be a little bit better. But it looks like we are testing these highs, still working within this range. I'm going to move support down just a tad where it has more touches. Touch there, doesn't quite touch there, but you have 1, 2, 3 touches there. That's what I see right now. Still struggling up at these highs though. And I am not currently looking for a trade. Turning down off those highs once again. Looks like today has a little bit more volatility than recently. So even just within this range, it's like a 5-point range. So not huge, but I feel like recently there's been less volume. Just working within this range. It looks like we have made another attempt at this new high. So let's look at this again. Spike and channel up. Break a new high on a small scale. On a larger scale, this is 1 leg up. You get 1 leg back, 2 legs back. And now we've attempted these highs again, but we failed. Look at that. Boom. We're coming off this resistance each time. Lower, lower. It's equal, but it's lower compared to this one. So each time it's making a lower high. It looks like we might be coming down to test the breakout now. Clearly, at least in the short term, we're working in this range, so I'm not looking for an entry as of yet. But I'm thinking that that is probably our ultimate goal, is to come test this breakout. We have a short-term downtrend here. Looks like it's breaking through this support level. Let's see. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the start of this test. So what am I expecting to happen? Let's say we break it right now. Let's say we get a strong downtrend. We come down to about here. Well, we're probably going to come back and test this breakout before we go lower. So let's say we get a strong downtrend. And we get a second entry short off of that level. I'm probably going to take that. Now, the likelihood of that happening is probably pretty low. But that's maybe the ideal entry for me right now. It's the only entry that I would currently be looking for. I'm not looking for a long. It looks like longs have really run out of steam. There's not really a great target to go up anymore. So I'm just looking for these shorts. Okay. There might have been a micro breakout pullback right there. It's not super convincing, but we're clearly breaking this range. So we're coming down. I'm expecting prices to test this breakout. We might even come back within this range. So though we didn't quite reach this measured move, you can clearly see that this looks like two legs up. So boom, first leg, boom, second leg. So maybe we're done to the upside. We might be coming down now. But it's all going to come down to how prices react off of this level, or if they're even able to reach that level. So that's what I'm looking for. I want to see how prices react there. Until then, I was going to say until then I'm not interested in anything, but that's not true. With this strong leg down, if we get a second entry short, especially a second entry short, testing this breakout from this prior range, that would be a very interesting setup to me. Clearly, we're moving down. So let's see. Okay, we've broken this downtrend. What I want to see now is the second entry short. We got a first entry. And it looks like we might just go ahead and move to the break and new low. Possibly. So looking for the second entry short. Ideally, prices will move higher. It'll form off the EMA and off of that breakout level. The nice bearish bar. That is ideal conditions. But will we see it? I don't know. And if we don't, then I'll do nothing. Looks like we're moving to the break in new low. So I don't think we'll get the second entry short. In fact, even if we move up now and we get a second entry short, I'm going to be a lot less likely to take it because this looks like prices have already tested the new low. They didn't quite get down there, but it looks like a double bottom. And you know what? It looks like this is happening right here at this prior support level. Look at that. So you can see where prices paused. They paused on this congestive area. And look at where they're pausing again. Even if we break through there, look at that. It's exactly where we turned up. It's exactly where we almost turned up there. Now this downtrend, it has a break and a new low. But I'm not looking to go long yet. The only thing that we might be looking for on the upside right now is for prices to come back and test this breakout. But that's not a good reason to take a long right here, even though this downtrend has played out. Lack of reason to go short is not a good reason to go long, and vice versa. It's a sufficient, I was going to say it's sufficient but not necessary, but I don't exactly know the saying there, so I'm just gonna let that one go. So we do get a move up, and we're testing that breakout. So let's see what's going to happen. So I was expecting prices to come down here and test this breakout of this range. But look, this downtrend, it came down and it had a break and a new low, and we weren't able to test it. We found support right here, creating a triple test, albeit a sort of wide triple test. You have 1, 2, 3 with a lot of space in between, but look at that. Downtrend played out early in the triple test, and we're rallying up, rallying strongly up. The uptrend might still be going on. What also could be the case is maybe this is a larger range, and this was truly the midline. That could be the case as well. Just have to keep an eye on those possibilities. I don't see right now, I don't see a larger trend that I think looks really good. So just to play around with it, something like that, I don't think so. I don't think that that is quite right. You're skipping a lot of price action right here. So even if there is a larger trend up, maybe you do have something like this. I don't know. Maybe you do. I'm not going to draw that. Right now, I want to play the shorter term structures. You're chopping. All right, I'm back now. My sister was here and wanted to say hello. So, just to recap here, I was expecting prices to come down to this old resistance. But the downtrend, it played out early, and we weren't even able to get down there. We found this support level, and And this might end up being a larger range, where this, where I had the original support, could be the midline. But right now I'm just watching. Clearly prices are chopping through the EMA. Look at that. We closed through it, went above it, went below it, went above it, below it, above it, below it, above it. This is range type action. I'm not really looking for any trade right now. So I'm just waiting to see what is going to happen. It's still possible to reach this measured move, but it looks like this could already be 2 legs up. Yep. All right. So I am going to check out Mac's mid-morning chart and see what he has drawn, if he released one, because the structures that I have here, well, they could be completely different than what he has. Let's check it out. Looks like, yep, he did post something here. He does have a little bit of a different structure than I do. So he has the same range, roughly. Actually, he has it a little bit higher right here. We are showing the measured move, so okay, it's a little bit closer there. He has a similar uptrend, not quite the same. This uptrend, he has this just a tad tighter, something like that, where it has a break and a new high still, so nothing too crazy there. A similar downtrend, he has it even tighter than I have it actually. He has it something like that, and that makes sense. Again, nothing too different there. He does have an uptrend here, but a different uptrend than the one that I had, just a smaller one, something like that. Same 2 legs down, and he has, and this is interesting. So instead of this spike in channel, like I have drawn, what he has is an uptrend. His bars are obviously different than mine, actually, because the way that he has it drawn does not look quite right on my chart. My chart looks a little better, I think, like this. So I'm going to leave it. It gets us to the same place. So his, basically, he has an uptrend drawn here, but it's like off of this, and he doesn't have this piece right here that would have closed outside. And then he has a second trend that has a break in a new high. And then instead of a range here, what Mac has is a downtrend. Downtrend like that. So it could be possible. I'm going to stick to my read. I like it. We're coming off the support. I'm actually going to change this. So now that we got that other bounce, we got another bounce down there. Another bounce. It's looking like the range has expanded. Downtrend, break, new low, uptrend, short-term uptrend, kind of like a spike right there. See, it has a break and a new high. Okay. Now we move, and we create another low right there. So that's interesting. Very interesting. We were not able to reach these range highs coming off the lows. Even despite this strong push up, we weren't able to reach this. So we're truly in equilibrium. Because what I'm expecting prices to come down here, test this prior breakout. Or I'm expecting prices to come up here and test this resistance. But look, prices came off of right here, and they weren't able to do either. We're not able to come up here, and then we got to push down. We're not able to come here. So prices are really in just an equilibrium level, just chopping back and forth along the EMA. Okay. Let's extend this. So we got about 1 hour and 10 minutes until the lunch break, and then I'm gonna hop back on for a little bit. So I've decided I'm gonna start trading for longer. Still take my typical lunch break, 12 o'clock, and I'll come back around 1 o'clock and keep trading. I won't be able to trade today until the close. In fact, I might not actually be able to trade that much longer, but I will come back for a little bit, at least. So again, these two arrows, these are the two areas where I'm expecting prices to go. And until we reach one of those, I'm not even considering a setup. There's nothing that I am interested in at all right now. So I don't know, maybe someone would say you can take this trade, but it's a lower low. It's a lower low off the support level. Maybe if it was up here and it was a higher low, maybe. It's not something I would take because I'm looking for second entries. But I don't know, maybe someone would consider that. Chopping around, nothing to really say here. So looking at why Mac probably started this trend here, it's because it doesn't actually start right here. So look, you have this trend up, strong downtrend down, break the downtrend, and this is the attempt at a new low. But the uptrend doesn't start. It doesn't start here. The uptrend starts after the attempt at the new low. So just like this one, for example, downtrend, break, new low. Where does the uptrend start? Technically, by that rule, you'd want to start it off these closes. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In fact, it's basically just as close, just very similar to what Mac had right there. So maybe this is also acceptable. Now, Mac does start his trend here on the other one. So maybe it's definitely not a steadfast rule, but it could help you. It could help me, I guess. So before, it was interesting. We're getting movement, we're getting analysis, getting new things happening. Right now, we're just chopping sideways. Nothing interesting happened right now. It's tempting to just zone out. But part of the reason that I wanted to start doing this again is so I don't just zone out. So let's keep watching. Let's keep thinking. Just keep thinking about what's going on here. Back to what I was saying. Expecting prices to come down here. Downtrend plays out early though, and we find support. Strong push up, expecting prices to go up to these highs. They can't do it though. They come back down and they test these lows, but we create a new low. Wow. This new low, still not able to test this breakout. And the support, well, it ends up holding. Now we get another push up. But this push up is not as strong as this push up. So we might be losing some momentum. Huh. So we come back down. Big bearish bar. Big bearish bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bars stacked within this bearish bar. In fact, we might be going on 8 bearish bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How about this one? Are we going to stack within right here? Clearly, this is an area of extreme equilibrium. You can see how prices are converging. So each leg is getting smaller. So you kind of have a big leg here, pretty big leg there. I mean, this one's pretty much equal, but it's getting smaller. It's getting smaller again. So now what? Now what? We're breaking out of this mini congestive area. So here, we're stacking within this bar, creating this congestion. We're breaking out of that right now, though. It looks like 2 legs up. And while it might be 2 legs up for what? Against what? For here, you're seeing 2 legs back, but it's 2 legs back against the uptrend. How about here? 2 legs back against the uptrend. Okay. 2 legs up against what? Against a range. Doesn't help you very much. Okay. Clearly double top right there. So 2 legs back and a double top. I'm not looking for a trade here. There's nothing right here that's telling me that I want to enter. We are clearly in the middle of a range. I am purely looking at this just to figure out what's going on because I want to learn. But I'm not looking for a trade. Where I'm looking for a trade is down here and up here. Possibly right here. That's where I'm looking for a trade. And even then, I might not be looking for a trade there. So I would ideally like to see some sort of trend before I take one. Just about a perfect 2 measured legs up and finding that resistance right there. So again, prices are coming off this support. They're really struggling to get up this resistance. So could that be a sign of waning buying momentum? Very well could be. Very, very well could be. Let's see what happens. Pushing up and through this double top, maybe creating a triple test. So I'm going to check my phone really quickly. I didn't lock it up today, so I hope it doesn't distract me too much, but just take a second. So nothing that I need to see there. I usually lock up my phone in a lockbox, so I'm going to go ahead and do that for the next hour until it's lunchtime. So it's no longer even an option. I find that helps me. So 1 hour. We did end up making this triple test. So you can see this resistance ends up holding and boom, we're coming back down. We're coming back down to test this support again. The short-term downtrend. So it looks like this could end up being sort of a, like maybe this was the range right here. This was a separate range. It's definitely possible. But clearly, there's some resistance right there. I want to keep that in mind. So we get these two legs. But it wasn't really two legs against anything. Short-term downtrend, working down. We're finding some support here, but we're working lower. Okay, finally, we're coming down. Coming down to test this level. Boom. Okay, we reached it. We did it. We came down to test this breakout. Now where are we going? Well, my first guess is that we're coming back to this support level. We're going to test this support level before we do anything. Are we going to come back within this range? Or are we going to come up and we're going to come off of this support level, hold it as resistance, and then move lower? That's what I want to see now. Getting a strong short-term downtrend. Look at that. Oh yeah, nice and strong down right there. Okay, so it looks like we're coming back within this range. And so I'm definitely looking for a short. We have a strong short-term downtrend. We're back within this range. I'm looking for a second entry short now. Ideally, I'd like to see a second entry short off the EMA. Okay, we have a first entry. Pretty perfect leg back right there, so I'm definitely feeling like I might take a second entry if it shows up here. But prices are looking like they're going to go ahead and move to the break a new low, not giving me a chance to enter, and that's okay. Won't always do it. So here we are, and we've made a double bottom. Definitely less interested in taking a second entry short if there's a double bottom, because sometimes that can act as the break a new low. Short-term downtrend now has a break and a new low right there. So now I'm going to be hesitant to take any more shorts. Now that this already has a break and new low, even if we got a second entry short here, I'm probably going to skip it now because this is already played out. But look at how perfectly we came back and tested that old resistance. Came back within the range, we tested that, and we went lower. Let's see what's going to happen here. We still have not tested the support level from this range, so that could be our next target. I'll move it back up just a tad. We're getting a pretty strong push up now. Well, I say it's pretty strong, but is it really? Look at that. So you have a move up. But prices sell off. They're not able to close on the highs. We do get a pretty strong bullish bar here, but it didn't feel that strong. So maybe it's not as strong of a push up as I initially thought. Just one leg up. Look at that. So just one leg up. You get a little bit of congestion. Still not able to touch the EMA. Selling pressure is coming back in. This one leg up is not able to play out. Neither is this one. Look, one leg back, not able to play out. You don't get a break a new high. This one, you don't get a break a new high. So what's happening? Is this simply a second leg down? Is that just a second leg down there? Or are we going to continue lower? Right now, it looks like a second leg down. If we continue much past that, then what we might have, and look at that, we are continuing past that. What we might have is a larger downtrend in play. Again, playing these larger downtrends, even though this is not super, super big, playing these larger downtrends in a range is riskier. But this is a possibility right now. I'm going to remove that little measured move. Because look, hey, clearly something is keeping prices from coming back to the EMA, and keeping prices from creating a break and new high of the short-term trend. Now, is that just this resistance level right here? Because, yeah, it didn't come exactly off it. Maybe it's this resistance zone. That's definitely a possibility. But why are we continuing down? Why are we continuing down when there's nothing that's still looking or causing prices to go down? So look, downtrend has already had a break new low, but we're still continuing down. So I'm back to looking for a possible second entry short now, because prices are looking like they're going to continue down. It's not certain, but it's possible. As far as this trend goes, you might be playing off of a midline right there. Look at that. So if we pull that out just a tad, not much. Maybe you even put it off right here. Maybe you get something like that. I don't know. Let's see what prices do whenever they return. What my thinking is, though, is this could be a midline that you're playing off of. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, kind of four places where you're kind of playing off that midline. Could be there. Hold this in just for a second, because if you do that, I can throw my yellow arrow for a trade that I took right there, and it won't move around my downtrend. So basically, if your trend is anchored, so this would be an anchor right here, this one that you're able to like move it around with, that's an anchor. If it is anchored in a place where there's not a bar and you change some sort of settings, then it will move around your trend line. But if it's anchored in a place where there is a bar, then it won't. I don't really know why. It's kind of a weird little thing, but I've noticed it. Clearly getting a range-like area here. Look at all those stacked bars. Look at all those dojis. It's kind of chopping lower, yes, but there's clearly a little range type of area. We're getting one leg back, and we're testing this possible downtrend. Again, it's not confirmed yet. I'm not positive about this downtrend. So let's see what happens. Getting this one leg back. Just this one leg back right there. We might be turning down off of it. So, oh, that's a pretty strong uptrend right there. So I'm actually going to pull this in a tab because I think it looks better there. And so this could still be right. It never got completely confirmed, but this could still be a correct downtrend. And so I'm still thinking a second entry short could be correct here. I'm going to pull this in just a tad on this congestion, because what it looks like to me is you have all these stacked bars, this congestive area, this close outside, failed breakout of congestion, leading to a strong push up right there. That causes you to break this possible downtrend. Again, I'm not convinced, but that plus coming back within this range and the strong momentum. If we get a good second entry short here, I'm probably going to take that. But as of right now, the short-term uptrend is in play. So what I want to see in order to take the second entry short, so I want to see a close outside of this short-term uptrend. See a close outside and a break and a new high with a bearish bar. So here we are. Here we are. It looks like we are about to break it. Looks like we're about to break it. You have a short-term uptrend, getting congestive. Looks like there's a slight close outside. It's not convincing yet, but this could be a more convincing close outside right here. So let's say we get this. Move to a new high with a bearish bar. That's the money right there. I'm going to take that. If that occurs, and it might not. Let's see what happens. So it clearly closed outside of the short-term uptrend now. Clearly. Let's see if we're able to make the second entry short. Now, okay, this is also a question. Would I be willing to take a second entry short if the short-term uptrend does not have a break in new high? I might. And I don't exactly know what would be the determining factor for me there. I don't know. So let's say if we come up here, we're not quite able to make it, but we get a second entry short with a good bearish bar. Even though there's no break in new high, would I take that? I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and put in my order just in case. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here. Let's see what's going to happen. So let's say we get a lower high, second entry right there. It's looking like we're gaining some momentum. It's looking a little congestive now. Okay, yeah, I'm willing to take that. There was a lot of momentum there. So I want to, oh, look at that. Got that just perfect. Oh yeah, that's a lot of momentum. So I like that. And we're moving down. Looks like we're probably gonna hit it. We are probably finding some support right there off that prior double test. Let's see if we're able to go ahead and move on down there. Copy this so that way it shows that I took that trade. Sometimes I forget to add those. Testing that support level again, and we're pushing through it just a tad. Boom, okay, we got out of that. Nice, that's two good trades today, or at least I think it's two good trades today. Usually I'd just hang it up after two, but I'm here not to take trades. What I'm here for is to learn, and I will learn regardless of whether I had two winners, two losers, one winner, one loser, what, it doesn't matter. I'll learn regardless. You get what I mean? Looks like that was a pretty nice trade there as it's continuing down. But even though I won this and I took this trade, I think it's an area that I need to study more because I was sort of uncertain on whether I should take this despite the short-term uptrend not having a break in new high. And it should be pretty crystal clear whether I take that or not. But I was definitely on the fence about it. So that's an area that I would like to study more. So now, looks like this downtrend was most likely correct, and it has a break and a new low. unless there's some sort of spike in channel going on. But right now I don't see that. So I'm going to play this as if this downtrend has already played out. And I'm not looking for shorts anymore. I'm going to remove that support because it didn't really end up helping. I'm going to put this little congestive area back on here. Right there is where I think that was. So what am I looking for now? Well, I'm expecting prices are most likely going to come down and test these range lows. This is where MAC had the range lows drawn, but I'm also going to draw this support level down here because this could also come into play. This one down here. So those are my two important levels at the moment. These are the two levels that I want to see tested. Now this downtrend has already played out. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. I think we're going to continue lower to test one of these. But with this downtrend playing out early, we might not. So I need to see what's going to happen on this next correction. Are we going to shoot up and back out of this range? Or are we going to make just some sort of correction, maybe a little two-legged correction, and then continue lower? Or do we just continue lower regardless? Maybe it's a spike in channel, like I was saying earlier. Maybe you have something like this working down. It's a possibility. So right now I'm just sitting on my hands. I'm waiting until I see something clear. And right now I don't see anything clear. I have a lot of questions. I do not have a lot of confidence. So while this sort of chops around and figures out where prices are going to go, let's run through what's happened again. It definitely can't hurt, can it? So, news event right here, 8:30, spike up. We have a strong short-term downtrend. It's a break, an attempt at a new low. You get this uptrend, starts up. It gets a break and a new high, creating a triple test. But there's also 1, 2, 3, 4 tests on the bottom. Boom. You have a small range right there. That creates the upper bound for this range and the lower bound. So MAC has it drawn right here. And I think that's more so because of where he came in to the chart. He starts trading at, I believe, 7 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock Eastern time, I believe. Wait, maybe it's 8 o'clock. Maybe I think he starts at 8 o'clock. So whenever he starts, I think this was the low. So I think that's why he has it there. But I think it could also be right down here. So these are two possible range low areas. Anyway, it creates the range high up here. You come down, this minor downtrend, then you get a congestive area that works through the downtrend, causing a break and a new low. Okay, so this trend just played out. It played out early, really early. Prices weren't able to come down to the support off the resistance. Well, that tells you prices are probably going to move higher. They're going to attempt to move higher. Get a short-term uptrend, one leg back. And then you continue higher. Get this uptrend right here. Looks like 2 legs, but this is a whole separate uptrend. Like it's broken with 2 legs and creates this strong move up. Now, what you're looking for is a second leg up. On a bigger picture, what you're looking for, or what you're looking at, I guess, is one leg and a second leg. So MAC does have this uptrend drawn a little differently, but at least on my chart, my bar's a little bit different. I think this spike and channel here fits really well. It's a break in new high. It's not a very convincing break in new high though. So you get one leg back. And prices are attempting this break in new high again. Look at that. Boom. You were one attempt right here. You're attempting to reach this break in new high after a one-legged pullback. But you get a second entry short in a triple test. And you're trapping these longs that are going long right here. Boom. They get run out. You create the second leg back, and then you have a second attempt on a larger scale, a second attempt to reach the highs of this trend. Because on this scale, yes, you have a break in new high. But on a larger scale, this looks like one leg up, and this looks like two legs back. Even though you can see all these little small movements on the 2,000 tick, if I were to go to like a 4,000 tick, with 5,000 tick, it's all going to look like one leg and two legs here. So look, one leg up, one leg down. First attempt at a new high, second leg down. Second attempt at a new high, it fails. Now we're moving down quite strongly, short-term downtrend. It pushes through this support level. On a micro scale, you have a breakout and a pullback of this before you continue lower. Slide down, gets a break and a new low. And look where you bounce, right here at this prior support level. It ends up being that this range has most likely expanded. You have a push up, strong push up, but it doesn't go to the resistance. That's odd. We come back down to the support. We create a lower low. That's very odd. Okay, we get another move up. It's not as strong as this one. Look at that. It doesn't even push past these highs. We come back down and test support again. Okay. Second leg up. Two almost perfect legs up. But look where they end. At a triple test. Okay, that springs prices to go lower. Strong short-term downtrend. Pushes through the support. Gets a break and a new low. One leg up, but we continue lower. That's odd. Why do we continue lower? Because there's a downtrend right here. This downtrend gets broken with a short-term uptrend. And then you get a lower high, creating a second entry short, looking for the break and new low, and looking for prices to go from the highs down to the lows. So now, brings us to where we're at right now. And we might be looking, after this downtrend, we might be looking for a second measured leg down. It looks right here, it looks like visually, this looks like 1, 2 legs back. We're continuing lower. But there's no entry here. There's no entry here. Because we've already had this break a new low. Yeah, I'm expecting prices to come down to these lows, but they could easily create some sort of bigger correction. Now, prices have made this second measured move right here. Let's see. It's possible that you have a spike in channel. It's possible that this is a spike. You have a channel here. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Let's see how prices react. So we're pushing through. We're pushing through this measured move. So I'm going to remove that. Clearly, there's something moving lower. Maybe you even have a steeper spike in channel. Something like that. Now that could be a possibility. It holds prices well, but it's starting in a weird place. So generally, I'd like it to start right after the break. That's the best place to start it. But this is definitely holding prices pretty well. They're not coming off the opposite side though. So maybe this is correct. It is just something like that. Even if there's a slight close outside, maybe that's okay. Let's check it out. So I'm hesitant. I'm very hesitant to play this downtrend because there's so many uncertainties with it. Clearly, prices are attempting to reach these lows, either these lows or these lows. But this downtrend, I am not sure about. I don't see anything that I particularly want to take anywhere through here. Anyway, there's a second entry short here, but it's very congestive. You have some support there, and it's just uncertain whether prices are going to continue to move lower or not. So I'm not interested in that. Okay. What now? So I want to make these sort of come off right there. Interesting. I really don't love cutting through the price action there. So I want to go ahead and try that. I like how that fits. So, okay, let's say we get a second entry short here. Am I going to take that? Well, I'm not sure about this downtrend. It has a lot of touches. There's one here, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches on this side, and then maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 3, possibly 4 touches on this side. That's a pretty confirmed downtrend, but it's starting in a weird place. And whenever that is the case, I'm hesitant to take it because I've been burned so many times drawing those. So let's say you do get a second entry short. I think I'm going to skip it. Either way, it doesn't look like that's what's going to set up. Looks like we're going to continue lower here. So even in the best case scenario, and you know what? I'm going to redraw it right here where I think it should be in the first place. Maybe we do get a touch right there. Maybe we get that. Okay. So let's say that's our 3 touches. Get a few touches on the opposite side. Okay. Maybe this is an overshoot. Let's see what happens. Maybe, I don't want to draw some random just weird trend coming out of nowhere. So let's go right there. That's where I think it really is. And I think that this is probably some sort of overshoot. We're coming down to the support level. This is clearly a strong trend down. In fact, you could even have something like that. Skips a lot of price action there. There's a lot of possible downtrends. So, from a spike and channel perspective, this is the one that makes the most sense because it's right after the spike is broken and it's off those first 2 swings. Fits well on the opposite side, but then prices quickly overshoot it. This makes the most sense from a spike and channel perspective. If I draw one here, like a wide downtrend starting here, you skip a lot of price action, but it fits well. You get a lot of touches. Doesn't mean that it's right though. If I start one here, it also fits well. You get a lot of touches, but you also get an overshoot, so it doesn't actually help you. Okay, so I'm going to play it like this for now. We're coming off the lows. Finding some support. Now let's see. Are we going to find some more resistance and continue lower? Or are we going to see a nice up move? And is this support going to hold? Let's find out. It's a pretty strong up move right there. But it doesn't tell you whether we're going to continue up yet. I don't know yet. remove this arrow. I'm going to remove this one. So I'm thinking we might still come down to test this area right here. Clearly. So there's a gap. Look at that. Whenever prices move up so quickly, there's a gap left right here. Prices are coming back to fill that gap. Look at that. They've come back and they filled the majority of it. They might still come lower though. They might come test this support and fill the rest of this gap right here. It's a possibility. But right now, we're getting a strong spike up. So if this continues up and we continue to get this strong spike up, and we get a second entry long, I'm probably going to take the long, even though I'm thinking that we could test these lows. Right now, all the evidence is telling me that we're going higher. So I have a possible target to the low side, but the current price action is telling me that we're moving higher. That's a very strong, look at that. Look at how many consecutive bull bars there are. Look at that, 1, 2, kind of doji bar, another bull bar, balanced bar, bull bar, doji bar. So let's say if we get, like if we move down right here, we get a 1 second entry long, even if it's below the EMA, I'm probably going to take that. I think that's worth the risk as of right now. Given the possible overshoot, given the strong bounce, and coming off of this support level, that is an entry that I am possibly looking to take right there. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't want to get too locked in to one way of thinking, because I know something could change between now and then. Let's say, I don't know, just how they get there is different than what I'm thinking. Then I need to be able to switch and not take that trade. Right now it's looking like we're just going to move towards this break and new high of the short-term uptrend. And so, okay, if we get, now we've made this double top, if we get the second entry long, like I was talking about, under the EMA or above the EMA, I'm not going to take it. The short-term uptrend has now had a double top. It's working towards a break and new high. Okay, we have the break and new high. I'm not going to take that anymore. I'm going to wait for another structure, and then I'm going to decide. Because right now I'm thinking the uptrend has played out, and there could still be some downside movement here. This was a very strong move down. I'm thinking it was an overshoot, but just in case it wasn't, and just in case prices want to come back, fill this gap, and test these lows, I'm not looking for a long right now. But I'm also not looking for a short, because this is quite a strong bounce. So look, yeah, you might get a second entry short right here, and it could be worth taking. But it's too risky. It's a strong bounce. We could just end up holding this range here and moving higher. So I want to go ahead and draw some sort of uptrend here. Well, I don't know. Let's see what happens. If we bounce here, we continue to move higher, I'll draw the uptrend, but this is quite the strong downtrend. In fact, that was a very strong bar. And that might have been, like I said earlier, that might have been a good second entry short. But for me, it is too uncertain. It's getting a little hard to keep all of the price action on the chart right now. So it would be pretty risky for me to short under such a bearish bar right here, but I could see somebody taking this engulfing bar. So after it broke higher and it came back down, I could see somebody taking that engulfing bar right there, just as a move back to the EMA on that second entry short with all this bearish momentum after the uptrend has played out. Not my trade, but I could see that being a good one. Now, let's see if prices are able to continue to work higher or lower. I don't know. So this is another area I'm very uncertain, and whenever I'm uncertain, I'm not doing anything. That's the MO. Okay. So look at that. Look at that. So we have a higher low, another higher low, another higher low, and a higher high. We're working our way towards a possible another higher high. So to me, I'm thinking that this was indeed an overshoot, and that this is prices probably coming off of these lows. That's what I'm thinking right now. So it's possible we have a spike in channel up. Right now it doesn't look that way, but it also doesn't look like this is any more correct. I don't like that either. So it could just be a spike, break, and 2 legs, 2 new high. But look, double top. We weren't able to create another higher high. That's odd. Why is that? What's keeping us from reaching this next higher high? Well, we could be moving into a range. There's a double bottom right here. Let's watch. Let's see. As prices come down right here, are they going to make another test and create a triple test on these lows? Let's find out. So it's possible that what we have is a range. My cat came to say hello. Hello, baby. Okay, we made that triple test. Interesting. Zoom in a little bit. It's getting hard to see price action. There's a lot of bars going on. And the ATR is picking up. We're at 2.5. As of late, we've been kind of below 2, so definitely some volatility picking up here. Okay, we have a triple test. We have a double top. Okay, looks like congestion. Short-term uptrend has a break and 2 legs, 2 new high. We've reached equilibrium. Right now, my 2 targets, if prices start going down, first off, I want to see, if prices start coming down, I want to see, is this range low going to hold? If it pushes through, I'm guessing we're going down to this level here. Put there. This level here. If it gets through. Okay, so there's 2 ifs. If we continue down, and if we're able to get through, then I want to see what happens as we get down here. If we continue higher, then I want to see what happens as prices touch off of this resistance. That is the upward target. Right now, we are working sideways. That's it. We're just working sideways within this micro range. To me, it looks like we had an overshoot of this spike and channel down. So I'm not expecting a new low of this channel down, but it's possible that we do get some sort of reaction off of this level. So those are my key levels right now, and I'm not looking for any trade. Even if prices come off of this resistance or this support, I am not looking to trade. Why not? Because I don't know where the heck prices are going. I don't have a good reason to trade. That's it. I don't have anything else to say there. So yeah. And we have 15 more minutes before I go and take a lunch break. I plan on coming back after that. I'm not sure for how long, but I will come back for a little bit at least. we're breaking through the support. So look, right here. Prices came off the support. They weren't quite able to reach the resistance. They came close enough. You could probably call that a touch off the resistance. But we come back down to support. What about here? We're not able to come up there. Okay, that tells you we're probably going to break this soon. So we're coming back to the support level. We're breaking below. We're not able to close outside of it yet, but it looks like it is coming. Quite the strong move down. Look at that. Strong move down. So this still doesn't tell me much. All this tells me is we're breaking out of this range. Now, prices are coming back to test it. Are we going to have a micro breakout pullback before we head lower? Or is this going to be a failed breakout that fuels prices to go higher? I do not know the answer to that, but those are my two best guesses. It is also possible that the support is truly a little bit lower, like that. It does have a fair amount of touches, but I do like the look of that better. So it looks to me like prices just came back and they tested this and they're going to head lower. And look at that move. And you might be saying, why? Why didn't you take that? I just called that. Why not take that trade? Because I did not know. I was not certain, and I cannot consistently take these. But that is the reason that I watch it. I point it out. I want to see what's going to happen. Maybe someday I will be able to hit those consistently, but that day is not today. So now prices are moving down. I want to see what's going to happen at this low. I'm assuming we're going to test it. Maybe even break it. Let's find out. I'm going to mark this arrow because it could be a decent trade there. It's not a second entry. Could be a decent trade there, though. Mark this one here. Okay, look at that. We pushed right through there. No fight. No fight at all on that. My cat is staring down my cup of coffee right now. Okay. So, what I thought was an overshoot is looking like it's not. In fact, I might even pull this in something like that. That might be correct there. Okay, so we were able to push through here, but not for long. We're getting another strong push up, but we made a new low. Look at that, a new low there. I'm going to remove all of these arrows. Too many going on. So we made a new low. What is going on here? So it looks like we have one leg up here. What if we get a second entry short? So right here, if we got a second entry short off of this potential downtrend, am I going to take that? No, I'm not. Why not? Because this support could still be correct. Even though we made this lower low, this support could still be in play. That's not worth the risk to me. This is quite a strong push. Look at that. Man, that's a strong one right there. Okay, how are prices going to react at this level? Because I'm not sure about this downtrend. It's quite a weird one. In fact, it could be entirely incorrect. And it looks like we're going to push right up and through there. Right up and through. I'm going to remove this altogether. Because to me it looks like you had 2 legs down. 1 leg down, break, 2 legs down. Maybe there's not a trend there at all. But also, maybe it is. Like this, like I had it earlier. Maybe it's just extended. I don't know. I don't love that. It feels too wide. It feels too wide for this downtrend. Clearly, there's a strong uptrend here. But am I going to play any longs? That is the question. Coming back within this range. So we had the range. We had a micro breakout pullback for a strong push down. We tested the support again. And look at that. We were able to get through it and create a new low. As I mentioned earlier, a new low. What does that tell you? Well, the bears might still be in control. How about this push up? Well, look at this. Double top. Lower high. Lower high. Lower high. Not a lower high compared to this one, but still a lower high compared to this one. Like this one up here. So we're not out of the woods yet. I'm not ready to take a long yet. The difference here, so the difference here, why was I ready to take a long here? But I'm not necessarily ready to take one here. Because this is the first strong push up. And if we get one right here, that's a good setup. But now, we've already had a short-term uptrend that's played out. And then a range. That doesn't look like strength to me. The short-term uptrend played out super early. We weren't even able to hit the midline. And this range, well, that doesn't tell me that we're going to go higher. We got a strong push down and a lower low. Now this uptrend isn't even able to create hardly any higher highs. Yeah, that's a strong push, but that doesn't tell me we're going higher. Could we get a good second entry long here? Could we come down and create a 1, 2 second entry long, and could it explode off? Yeah, it could. But I'm not convinced. So I'm not going to take that. And look at this. So we pushed up. We pushed up and through the EMA, but look at that strong bearish bar. Push right back below it. Now we're pushing down. That is some serious strength to the downside. It does not make me feel good about taking any longs right there. But I also don't feel good about taking any shorts. Why not? Well, because we're still at the range lows. Yeah, we might not be exploding off, but it's still not a great area to take a short. I still want to play this downtrend because look at that. We just made 1 leg up right there. It wasn't able to play out. Does that mean that maybe this downtrend is in play off of these 2 swings? 1, 2, 3? Maybe. Maybe it does. Let's keep it there for now. Just keep it in mind. Looks like this test right here. So yeah, there's a micro, very small scale breakout pullback before heading lower. But this looks like a very much larger, more convincing breakout pullback right here. That's we came back. We tested that level. Found some resistance there. And maybe, like very hypothetically, off of this downtrend. It's not something I would be willing to play right now, but it's something that I think could be in play. I just noticed myself zoning out there, so I need to try not to do that. Often whenever I zone out, I'm thinking about my business. So like right there, I was thinking about this afternoon and what I'm doing this afternoon, answering some emails and future jobs, stuff like that. So just need to be careful. Whenever I'm at the charts, I need to be 100% focused on the charts, not over here daydreaming and zoned out. So spike up clearly does not play out. As a long, I am not feeling good. Here we go. Possible second entry long, right off the support level. Again, could this be a good trade? Yeah, it could be. But man, there's a lot of signs going against it. So I'm not feeling good about that. It's at a good place. It's at a good spot. It is a second entry long, so it's a, technically a good pattern, but it's congestive. It's under the EMA. We made this lower low. We might even get a trap here. I mean, look at that. Look at how quickly we turned around with this bearish bar after taking higher. Oh yeah, we might be moving lower right here. Interesting. If I entered long here, I would not be feeling good after I saw that bearish bar. And so I'm betting that especially if we are able to cross this line down here, we are going to take off as people rush for the door. Like up here. Where was it? Like right up here. If you entered short right here, as it crosses above this line where you had your stop, oh man, you are getting the heck out. We might see something similar right down here. Let's see. And we are just about 1 minute away from me going to take a lunch break. I'm curious to see, after I take this break, I step away from charts for a little bit. Whenever I come back, am I just going to be completely out of the zone? Maybe. In fact, I should probably set a certain time period of me watching the charts before I'm able to take a trade, like maybe 15 minutes or so, to be able to really get back in to the flow of what's happening. Okay, we broke below. Are we going to get that big volatile move down? That bar wasn't super volatile. Here we go, moving, and volatility's still not picking up, so we're not hitting those stops that I thought we would. Just kind of slowly going down. Slowly but surely going down. Okay, so I guess we did not hit as many stops as I thought. I thought that we were going to rocket down there. But instead, we are rocketing up. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why that is. So contrast that to here, where boom, we took off, and we took off fast. We did not really come back this strongly. Look at that big bullish bar. So right here, as it broke below, my thought was we are going to race down, but instead we're rebounding up. That's very interesting. Well, I am going to take a lunch break. In fact, I'll open up notes, notepad, lunch. I'm going to keep the stream on. I don't know. This is probably not the best tool to do this. Oh, here we go. Just zoom in as much as I can. And just put it. This is so ghetto. I'll come up with something a little bit better than that going forward. For now, whoever it is will know. I'm going to mute the mic. All right, I'm back for about an hour. I'm gonna make sure my mic's working here. I already turned off the other monitor, but turn it back on. So let's delete this stuff here. I'm gonna run through everything that's happened so far, just to make sure I'm back into, yep, looks like the mic is on, back into understanding what's going on. So we started off the day. We got a spike up due to news. Short-term leg back. It gets broken. There's a attempt at a new low. Then we get this uptrend working higher. It gets broken on a double top. And then you get a break and new high, creating a triple test. Downtrend. Congestion breaks the downtrend. Now you have a break and a new low. Now, notice that this triple test creates the range high, and you have two possible range low spots. So you have this here before the news at the overnight lows. Then you have this down here where the news sort of ended. So two possible range spots. Definitely thinking that this is a range at this point, at least. So after this trend plays out, you have to say, well, why did this play out so early? Why didn't we come down to either one of these lows? Let's see what happens on this next correction. So you get one leg up, a break, and a second leg up creates this minor uptrend right here, two legs up. And now we're watching to see, okay, are we going to get a second larger leg down? And are we going to come down to this support? But instead you get two smaller legs back and a spike and channel up right out of this resistance. As we come up here, you can see that volatility picks up as it breaks out and people get trapped right there. We are working up this spike and channel. It gets a break and new high. And I've been pointing this out so far that on a larger time scale, this all just looks like one leg. At this point, you're looking for a second measured move up, which is right up here. So you have this first leg, and then you measure that second leg. And like I said, this is all one move on a larger time scale. Anyway, you get one short-term leg back, and you attempt at the new high to make a more convincing break and new high. Because again, on a larger time scale, yes, on the 2000 ticket it has a break and new high, but on a larger time scale, this all looks like one leg. So you're thinking that prices are probably going to head toward the new high again to make a more convincing break and new high. So here's the first attempt, and then you get a second entry short looking for a break and new low of this downtrend off a triple test after this uptrend has played out on this time scale. Now you get the second leg down, the complex pullback is completed, and now you have the second attempt at a new high. So look, ready? One attempt, second attempt at a new high. They fail, you have a larger scale triple test, and we finally move lower. At this point, the range was tighter. So the range was down here, it was tighter. You push through the range, and this short-term downtrend gets a break and new low before you're able to reach this resistance, which was the target. So there's obviously still some buying pressure. Look at where prices bounced. They bounced at this previous low right here. And that happens to be the measured move of this range. So at this point, you can extend this range out, and you can see that prices are bouncing off of that support, which is probably just a tad lower, something like there. So downtrend has broken, played out, and you're bouncing off support. You get a strong push up. I think it's a slight breaking new high, and prices are not able to reach the resistance for the range before they come back down, make a new low. Okay, interesting, new low before prices are able to go up here, and they bounce again. So look at this uptrend right here. This is not as strong as this one. Okay, something is weakening, and notice it creates a lower high. Now prices come back and test the support again. They're able to hold it, but look at all that congestion. That is not rejection. So we're able to just slowly go up. We make basically a perfect second leg up to a triple test. Prices are still not able to reach this resistance, and finally they're able to push past the support and test the prior resistance level. They push right through the resistance, they pull back, they test it, they move lower. Short-term downtrend now has a break and a new low. We have one leg up prices keep pushing lower. This one leg is not able to get a break in new high and is hardly, maybe not even able to reach this EMA. Interesting. Why not? Well, because there's a slightly larger downtrend working down. Look at how prices continue to move. Now we get one leg up to the EMA, and it too is not able to play out. You get a lower high right here, creating a second entry short with a nice bearish bar coming back within this congestive area. And that's a nice trade to go short. Now we're continuing lower, looking for this measured move right here. Possible that there is a larger trend in play. I think that there's a spike in channel, like right here. But you create the second measured move down, and it takes you exactly to this support where you get a strong bounce. Now, break, new high, second leg up. So now short-term uptrend, it's a very strong one off of the support. It's a break and a new high. Now, you might consider shorting here because there's still a lot of downward momentum. You're far from the EMA, and there's a possibility that you can take this as an engulfing bar to ride it back to the EMA after this trend is played out. But you end up getting a second leg up, creating a double top, and solidifying this range area. Now, prices break out of the range area, they pull back, now they move lower. You get a new low right here. Interesting. So if this is such a strong support level, how come you're making a new low here? Okay, now we get a strong push up and out of that level, but you're not making any newer highs. That's interesting. Why not? If this is going to be such a strong push, how come you're not able to make any new highs? Okay, so now we come back down and we're testing support again, but look, you're going right through the EMA. Look at that. Through it, through it, through it. This is really weak. There is no clear direction right now. So you come down, you get a first entry, and you get a second entry long. Now, I'm sure a bunch of people got trapped here because you're expecting prices to go higher off the support. Yes, but as I mentioned before, there's this possible downtrend in play right now. Also, this support is not being, what's the word? I don't know. The support is not holding. Anyway, because you got this new low right here, and this uptrend is not able to play out. That is very interesting. You're under the EMA, and you've tested it twice. So you don't want to go long right here, not to mention it's congestive. Anyway, you move lower. I was expecting to see a nice, strong down movement right here as prices broke below this level. That's not what you got, though. Instead, you rebound up, and you get a nice, strong up movement. Why is that? So if you're running stops here, how come you can move up here? Well, it probably is some sort of double trap. So right here, you trapped the longs, and then people hopped in short right here thinking, okay, well, we're probably going to run those longs out. And that's what I was thinking. But then the shorts themselves probably ran out right there. Look at that. And look, it goes exactly where they thought it was going to go after this short-term uptrend. So this short-term uptrend comes up, it breaks the spike in channel, which I do believe is correct, breaks the spike in channel, gets a new high. So spike channel, broken, new high. In fact, this is probably the break and new high right here, but this could be a break and two legs up, or if you're looking at a larger scale, then this is probably just one continuous movement, and this is your true break and new high. Now, you get a strong spike down for the break and new low of the spike in channel, the downward spike in channel. Look at that. We have, just since I've been back, we've moved that much. That's crazy. So this now has a break and new low. This downtrend is played out. This support is not really holding all that well anymore. Okay, so I'm probably going to not really want to play this range anymore. I'm not thinking that we're going to go long. Yeah, this downtrend is played out, but look at this. We're getting all choppy right here. There's a short-term downtrend or short-term uptrend. It plays out early and then comes back to test this support area. That is strange. Now it looks like it ends up on a larger scale, but this is 2 legs up. Look at that. So on a larger scale, 1, 2 legs back to this resistance area. So you can see there's already a triple test there. Test it again. This short-term uptrend has a break, a new high. Everything's looking super choppy, and we end up moving lower. So the correction, so like spike and channel has a break and new low. Now you have 2 legs back, and you're basically eligible to now create another trend down. Now, how does that trend look? So it could be something like this, but that doesn't look like it's steep enough. It's possible, and it could come into play, but it's also possible that it's truly something like this. In fact, I'm gonna pull this just a tad tighter. Truly something like that. So now, might I be looking for a break and new low of this downtrend? Yes, I very well might. We have pushed right past this support level, or this level that I thought might end up being some support. And look at that, you kind of gapped right through it. You gapped right through this level, came back, tested it just a tad, and continued to head lower. This is quite the strong leg right here. So I wonder, where are prices headed? Well, they could be headed towards the measured move of the range. That is one target. Now, where is another target? Well, we could be looking for some sort of measured move down. But measured move of what? Well, maybe this initial down leg, something like that, possibly. But I don't see a clear down target. Right now, what is clear to me is that this strong minor downtrend looks to be correct. That looks to be correct to me. And it now looks like it has a break and new low. Notice how prices were not able to come back to the EMA. You did get a second entry short here, and that is a possible entry to take. Now, should I have taken that? Well, I don't know, because I just kind of got back to the chart. So I don't think so, but clearly that is a second entry short. Clearly you're looking for this break and new low. There is a lot of downward momentum. There is definitely a good reason to go short right there. Now you already have this break and new low. So if we get a second entry short now, I'm not going to take it. Well, why not? Because it looks like everything has played out to the downside so far. Yes, there's lots of momentum to the downside right now. But this downtrend has already played out. You started a new one. This downtrend has played out. How about this wider one? Well, this wider one, it could be correct. But if it is, you're coming off the opposite side. You're coming off of this support. Where I'm looking to take shorts is off of this resistance. And maybe I'd consider taking one that's not off the resistance. But before I do that, I need to see a full correction. So let's say if right here we just get a tick lower and then a second entry short, well, I'm not going to take that, even though this is some strong momentum down, because we've already gotten a break and new low. I'm waiting for a more full correction to play out. So maybe something like 1 leg, 2 leg. Let's say you get back here, and then we start moving down, and then you get a second entry short. That I might take, even if we're not back to this level. But something like this, yeah, that looks like 2 legs back, but it's too risky to take that, in my opinion. It's too risky for me. Could be something I'm missing, but anyway, that is how I'm currently seeing the chart. I'm looking for prices to come down to this level. Right now, I'm waiting. I'm trying to see if prices are going to bounce off of this possible opposite side of this trend line, and I want to see if they're going to come back to this level. It doesn't look like there is a very good test of this level from before. There's a slight breakout pullback, but it is very, very slight. So I want to see, those are the 2 levels that I'd like to see prices test. 3 levels, I suppose. That's where I'm looking to reevaluate and possibly take an entry. Looks
Looks like you would have just barely gotten out of that one if you did take it. And that's the risk, taking it so far away from the EMA, for sure. So now it looks like prices are going pretty sideways. Before I almost drew a triple test up here, but maybe instead what I should have been drawing is a little range. So downtrend has to break a new low. Not very often the prices will just up and switch directions. So like it's not very often the price will just go straight from a downtrend to an uptrend. It's more likely they'll go into a range first. So this is what I'm thinking right now. You have at least a double top, possibly a triple test, a double bottom. So let's see if this range is able to play out. We might end up working sideways in this range back to the resistance area, but we'll just have to watch and find out. How about this situation right here? So how about we get a second entry short off of this resistance area, somewhere like right here. I'm not going to take it. I want to wait on, like I said, a more full correction or prices to come back to this resistance area. Either one of these two resistance areas. Right now, there's nothing telling me strongly that I need to go short. I am not looking to do anything. So this definitely is a more voluminous, I don't know, today has more volume than a lot of days have recently, because getting this much movement, especially after 12 o'clock, doesn't happen very often. This has been quite a few bars. If we go back to 9:30, let's see how many it is. Already close to 400. Gosh. Already close to 400 bars. It's quite a few. So we are working back up to this resistance level. Let's look at what's going on inside of this range. It's worth trying to understand here. Okay, you kind of have these three tests. You at least have two tests. You at least have two tests down here. Right now we're working from one side to the other. Down here, you're getting some congestion. You're stacking within this big bearish bar. Now, looks like you get a slight breakout pullback of this slight congestive area right here. And I'm guessing prices are going to move up to this resistance area because we've been going from the highs to the lows, to the highs to the lows. Now I'm expecting prices to come back to the highs. There we go. Okay, so we've tested the highs. Now let's see, are we going to break out of these highs? There is the potential that you create a second entry short here. Technically, it wouldn't be because you have a first entry, second entry, third entry right there, but it looks like this is a double bottom, and this is a first entry, and you might create a second entry short and break out of this range area. But again, you're taking it in no man's land. What's going on here? Sure, you might be in this larger downtrend, but if you take one just in the middle of nowhere, then I don't know, it's just not a good idea. Looks like you have some type of short-term uptrend working higher. Clearly, we're picking up some steam, and we're approaching the first target. The first target being this prior, what I thought was going to be a support area, this area. That price is just pushed right on through, and looks like they gapped through. So you can see price is pushed through quickly, kind of gapping through that level. Now we're testing it. Let's see what's going to happen. It's a very strong uptrend right there. It's possible that after this downtrend is over, it's now time to trend higher. But I want to see what's going to happen at these two levels. Support, turned possibly resistance, and this possible trend line, which is looking 1, 2, 1, 2. It's looking pretty good so far. Okay, so it looks like we are finding some resistance off of that level. Prices are sort of chopping around. So it's not, I was gonna say it's not super strong, but we are picking up a little steam there. Let's see what's going to happen. Picking up a little bit of steam. Okay, we now have 3 stacked bars. We're moving lower. The other notable area right now is it doesn't look like, so there's clearly some support down here, right? Well, it doesn't look like there was a great breakout pullback to this level. So that is an interesting level right there. It's also possible that instead of having the range right here, it's possible that it's truly lower. Maybe it's something like right there. And that actually looks better to me. So you would have these kind of pushes through. Clearly have some resistance there. Interesting. I'll have to think about that one. So, though prices are finding some resistance here, they're not pushing away super strongly. So look, after prices came off of this, you've 1, 2 dojis, and then a bar that trades down and back up. That is not very strong. Looks like prices are coming back to test it right now. So I'm going to delete these and put everything over this way. So I want to see prices test this possible downtrend. I want to see them test this breakout, which also could be right here. I'm unsure if I need to put that here or here. I think it has the most touches there. I'll put it there. So I want to see prices test this breakout because there's kind of a breakout pullback, but there's this support right here. It's possible range sort of along this other range. As I had it sort of earlier, that's still possibly there. So I want to see them come back and test this level. See them test that level. This probably suffices as a breakout pullback of this congestive area, this range-like area. Okay. All right, so we're continuing to get this congestion. We're stacking within this bar. So you see this bar right here, that bar? Well, technically, you're all stacking within this one too. So right here, it looks like we just broke out of that. So not a very strong push away. Again, you kind of get some push away. Look at that. Rejection, yeah. Doji, doji. Almost a bearish bar, trades back up. Buying comes in. Okay, doji, doji, strong bearish bar. Okay, this is still does not look like rejection to me. This is a strong bearish bar here, so I want to see if there's follow through. It looks like we are getting some follow through on this bearish bar. Testing this old resistance level, getting a true test of this old resistance level, finding some support there. Okay, so this to me looks like 2 legs down right now. So you kind of get this first leg break, second leg down, finding some support off of this old resistance. Let's see, are we going to come back within this range, or are we going to come test one of these levels? We're getting a failed second entry long right here, coming back within the range, but I'm not looking to take this. It has some merit. You're coming back within this range, like I said. Overall, it looks like the bias is down. You did test this level, but it looks like there's already been 2 legs down. This was not rejection to me. You're not really getting a ton of follow through on this bearish bar. Look at that. After this bearish bar, doji, doji. That doesn't make me think we're going to go lower. That makes me think this is a 2-legged correction, and we're now going to attempt the highs, like this short-term uptrend. Not sure exactly how it's drawn, something like that. This short-term uptrend does not have a break in new high. So it looks like 2 legs down, and now we're going to test and attempt the break in new high for this uptrend. So like uptrend, 2 legs down, comes back to test this resistance area. Now we are going to test the break in new high of this uptrend. Now, what entry would I consider taking? Now that we have a new low here, if we got a second entry, as prices come back up, either to this level or off of this possible trend line, that's something I'm willing to take. The reason? Because now we have this uptrend, like I said, 2 legs down, and this looks like I lost connection there for a second. I'm going to double check, make sure I'm back online. I think I am. Yeah, it looks like, okay, it looks like I'm back online here. Okay. So, again, what I'm thinking now is if there is a second entry short, then I will look to take that. That is the only entry that I'm currently looking for right now. Okay, so we are continuing lower. A quick rebound there. So there was this nice bearish bar that probably trapped some shorts right there with how quickly that moved. But look, we're trading up strongly too. I'm expecting this trapping some shorts. Getting congestive. Look how prices are stacking. You have a lot of wick on this bar. You have doji. Pretty full body bar that doesn't go anywhere. Look at this. Full body bar. Doesn't go anywhere. Another lot of wick kind of bar. Pretty full body bearish bar. It doesn't go anywhere. Instantly reverses. This is congestion. You need to be very careful in this area. Just continuing to chop sideways. Again, I'm looking to see how prices are going to react off of this possible downtrend. It's not confirmed. There's 1, 2 touches there. There's 2 touches here. It's not confirmed. But if we start trending down off of there, or if we get a nice second entry short, I might consider it. Looks like prices have come back to test this old support level. It's now holding as resistance, but prices did not reject strongly off of it. Notice, one leg up. And as prices came off of here, this is not strong rejection. Doji, doji. Lots of wick on this bar. Doji, doji. Now you get some strong movement, no follow through. Just goes into congestion. That is not rejection. Okay, we're pushing out of this congestive area. See if we can get any follow through on that push. Right now it looks like we're continuously making lower highs. We're sort of chopping lower. It's a very choppy movement, but we are moving lower. Again, I will consider a second entry short if we get one. Okay, now, next level. There's this double bottom from before, this old range support. If prices are able to get down here, are they going to be able to push past that? First off, though, there's this congestive area. Now, prices are pulling back. So they've broken out, pulling back to this congestive area, see if it's going to hold. I want to see if it's possible that prices have already come off the trend line. It is certainly possible, but I'm not positive. So if you pull that in tighter, you can see it's possible the prices have already come off that level. Now they're coming back. Let's see what's going to happen as they test this possible trend line, though it could be wider. Now I want to keep in mind right here, prices have not really tested this breakout. So there was a clear range action right here. There's not a very convincing breakout pullback test of this level. That's why this arrow is right here. Continuing lower. Looks like this trend might be correct. Certainly prices are playing off something here. Now, next level, like I said, I want to see what's going to happen down at this support. Zoom out just a tad here. Get the full picture in. All right, so we came down to the support zone. We haven't quite reached it yet, but we are finding some support already. This is too choppy. This is an area where I'm not looking for an entry. Yes, we're moving down, but look at this. This is very choppy down action all the way down. It's a risky place to enter. Price continuing to chop down, sort of riding off of this possible downtrend. And it looks like they've come back within this prior range. I don't really feel like that needs to be there anymore. So it looks like I said, looks like we've come back within this range. It looks like this downtrend is correct. Prices are continuing to chop lower off of it. Now let's say you get a second entry short right here. So you have a new low. Let's say you get a second entry short right here. I'm not going to take that because you're right in the middle of what looks like this range. Super choppy, super uncertain. Look at all this up and down. Look at all these stacking bars. Big down bar, doji. Lots of wick on this bar. Very indecisive bar. It's all stacking within, kind of all within this big bearish bar. It's not a good place to enter a trade. There are different types of congestion, and that is one of the scariest ones. Okay, we're pushing through that support level. Are we going to be able to close through? It looks like we are. Gaining some steam. Possible breakout here. Very strong bar, maybe even an exhausted bar. We're getting really far from the EMA. Look how we closed a little bit, just a tad off of the lows right there. So I'm thinking we probably won't really get any continuation, but we'll have to watch and find out. Big up move, coming back within the range. Now the question is this going to act as a higher low? So we've pushed below the support level. We're coming back within. Is this going to act as a higher low, or is this going to produce a good entry to go short? All sort of depends on right now. If this closes below the support level again, then I'm going to say that this range is probably done for. Looks like it's going to. I'll pull this back over here. I'm going to put my little congestive area back right there where it was. So we're clearly continuing to chop lower. Now I would be interested in possibly taking a second entry short. Now that we've cleared this level, we're starting to clear a lot of this congestive area. So let's see if there's a second entry here. I would be hesitant to take it. So like, since this looks like a double bottom, if you got a second entry right here, I would definitely be hesitant to take it. But it looks like there is a 1-2 test right there, and maybe you could get some sort of triple test off of this level. Have to wait and see if that happens, but I'm sort of on the fence. I would prefer to see a further down movement, making a new low, and then 2 legs back. There we go. We're getting some more down movement right there. It's a lot of down movement as well. So we're getting some follow through on this bearish bar. So big bearish bar. Pause. A little bit of follow through. So now if we come back and we get a second entry short, then I would be interested. It's also possible that this larger downtrend could be incorrect, and it could truly be just a smaller, tighter downtrend, although I like the way that this looks currently. If the larger trend is correct, then we have to wonder, why is it that we're coming off the main side and we're not reaching the opposite side? For one, this is a very big downtrend, so it takes a lot of effort to come all the way down here. I mean, think about that. Even if we trade it straight down, that is quite the move down here. So it's possible that we're losing some steam to the downside. I'm going to draw this measured move down in case we get a second similar leg to this one. The target is pretty far down there. I also want to see what's going to happen as prices return to this, or not return, but I guess first touch this range measured move. Let's see if they're able to get down there. It's looking like they're going to, though. Big bearish bar, pause bar, some follow through. But look at that, we're running out of steam. There's a lot of wick on this bar. There's a doji bar right here. So let's see, are we going to continue or reverse back up? Continuing to chop sideways. There we go, okay. Lots of down movement right there. My guess, people buying right here thinking, okay, we're really oversold. Boom. They get run out. Big bearish bar, lots of follow through. Look at how that closes on its lows. Big bearish bar, closes one tick from its lows, gets instant follow through. And here we are, right at this measured move. Let's see what prices do as they test off of this level. We have a short-term downtrend. Again, I'm interested in taking a second entry short right now. Prices are quite a ways from the EMA. This short-term downtrend is looking for a break a new low. It's looking like prices are pushing from this side of the downtrend to the opposite side. From the main side, the resistance, down to the support. So if we got a nice 2 legs back, I might be willing to take a second entry short, even if we're not off the EMA or the trend line. Possibly. It's got to set up really, really well. I'm going to trade for about 23 more minutes, then I'm going to have to head up out of here. So would not be surprised if I don't end up taking any more trades, but I'm going to sit and watch anyway. Okay. How about this bearish bar? We saw at the end of this bearish bar that it started to get some buying. It wasn't like this bar where it just, boom, shot down and closed on its lows. So it started to get some buying here. Still closed on its lows, but look, reversal bar. Closing almost on its highs. Now pause bar. A little bit of follow through. It's not super strong though. This doesn't look like complete rejection. This is not a super strong push. This is sort of a ginger push up. Reversing of the momentum. Just a tad. Now we have one leg up. Looks like we're going to make a first entry, but we're really close to these lows already. So I would not be surprised if we go ahead and push to the break and new low right here. It's a big bearish bar. And look where that big bearish bar ends. It ends exactly at this support level. So anybody who sold right at these lows is probably about to get trapped out right now. So anybody who sold on these lows, thinking that we're going to continue lower right here, is about to get trapped out. You might get a second entry short. So move up, get a first entry. Now, if we move up here, trap out these shorts, create a second entry short, take it exactly where they thought. We're getting congestive now. So look at how we're stacking sideways. You have a small body bar, really balanced small body bar, bullish bar, bearish bar, doji. Okay. So we're not able to break it above this right here. So these shorts are still safe. We're moving towards the break a new low. Double bottom. Not really seeing any momentum here. And we trade up and off of it. So this support level is still coming into play. Clearly this is a tiny little micro range. There are the bulls trying to take it back to the EMA. There are the bears trying to look for this break and new low of this downtrend. The overall bias. Indecision, as shown in these choppy, sideways, range-like action. Bouncing off this range, measured move, but look how we're not getting any rejection off of it. Accepting this level. We're breaking out of the congestion. It looks like we're going to continue lower. Downtrend has a break and a new low. We've broken out of this congestive area. Now I'm expecting prices to pull back, possibly reverse, but at least pull back and test this breakout. Look at how prices look to be playing off the midline. They kind of come down. It looks like they're playing off this midline right here. So I think this is a correct downtrend. Continuing to move lower. Chopping lower though. So look, you have this nice bearish bar. Doji. Looks like we're going to get another doji. You're not really getting any follow through. Have to ask why not? Why aren't we getting follow through? We're so far from the EMA. Downtrend has already played out. Prices want to come back and they want to test this support. It's most likely why there's not any follow through right now. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, we're coming up to test this level. It's the first one. Getting some bullish momentum in here. Notice, bullish reversal bar. I bet a lot of people bought off this bar, but now you're getting a doji. There's no follow through. It's all just a bunch of congestive area. We've made this breakout pullback. Now prices are free to head lower if they'd like. This was the next target right there. After that, I want to see how prices treat the EMA. After the EMA, I want to see how prices treat the trend line. Right now, I'm not looking for any more shorts. This downtrend has played out. Prices are looking really choppy. they were not able to reach the opposite side. So let's say we get a first entry, second entry. I'm not going to take it. Another nice bullish bar, ending right on its highs. Had some momentum there at the end too. Looks like this one's probably going to go back and test the EMA. But they're struggling. Not really getting that follow through. Looks like this congestive area has just sort of expanded out. You can see how prices are chopping with all these dojis inside of this bearish bar right here. So before, we're inside of this bearish bar. Continuous closes, continuous stacking within this bar. Now look how many are stacking within this bar. Looks like this is just one micro range area. Now, you have the potential for a second entry short. It would be off of the potential resistance, would be maybe off the EMA, but I'm not looking for an entry here because this downtrend already has a break new low. We were not able to hit the opposite side. This support area, support of the downtrend, we're not able to get there. Looks like the downtrend is becoming weaker. Look, we come back to it and we're just hugging it. We can't go away. Finally get to push away. What happens? The downtrend plays out early. You're not able to hit the opposite side. It looks like the down momentum is waning. Now we're getting a series of bull bars. Nice bull bar ending on its high. This one started as a doji. At the very end ended on its high. So not a ton of momentum. This one ends on its high. But where does it end on its high? Right into the resistance. This could be a good trap right here. But as I said, the overall context tells me that I want to stay out. But I want to watch what happens here because I'm thinking some bulls might be getting trapped after these bullish bars ending right on its high. If you bought above this bar right here, then there's a decent chance this turns around and you get trapped. So I want to see what's going to happen there. Certainly not getting any follow through. Okay. Ending as a pure doji. And we are continuing higher just a tad. Interesting. Now we're getting a possible reversal bar. So a reversal bar to the downside, reversing the upward momentum. We had some momentum there. Now it's continuing. Just creeping down. Okay, and we're ending pretty balanced. Definitely some acceptance of this area. Again, I wanted to see what prices were going to do as they reached this range measured move, which is this dotted line. And look how we weren't able to really push away. We came back to it, we tested it. We were able to test or go a little bit lower, get a decent push away, but now we're just back to chopping around. So this level is not holding, not a strong level. Now where I might be looking for a trade is the trend line. Second entry off the trend line, breakout of this congestive area. That's where I'm really looking for a possible trade. Right now, potential double bottom. Maybe if there's a second entry right here, so maybe if we make a second leg up, possibly, but I'd rather see prices come down to the support, make a new low, and then have two legs up. I don't know why, but it sounds like it would be better to me. Okay, continuing to move lower. So within this range, moving from the highs to the lows, to the highs, to the lows. Now I'm expecting prices to move back to the highs. Notice we're getting choppier as we go. So at the start of this downtrend, get a nice leg down. A little bit of chop as prices hold off the support level. Now we get another pretty nice move down. A little bit of pause bars, a few pause bars, but for the most part, it's a pretty consistent move down. Gets a break a new low, move into this range. One leg up. Now look at this. How different is this down action than this? This is pretty consistent down movement. This is really choppy, sideways down movement until you get this push right here. Now we're back to sideways. It definitely looks like we're running out of steam. Most importantly, we're failing to come from this side, the resistance, down to the support. The main side of the trend line, we're failing to reach the opposite side. Okay, we're coming back up to this range. We're now testing the resistance once again. Now, I could consider this a double bottom right here. Consider this a double bottom. Have this be a first entry and this a second entry plus a triple test. Why am I not looking to do that? Well, it just looks so choppy and sideways and you're in the middle of nowhere. So no, thank you. Now, what if this sets up even off the trend line? Well, it's still not a perfect setup. I'm counting this as a double bottom, even though prices basically came back and tested it again. I don't think so. I'm gonna wait on something better than that. So getting close to calling it a day here. Got about 6 or 7 more minutes. Looks like we are getting a nice down movement off of that triple test and that second entry short I pointed out earlier. It's not quite what I'd be looking for. Now we have a true double bottom. Not a ton of room though. So might I be looking for a second entry short? Yeah, maybe, but this is getting really, really tight here. We're getting really close. I think that's where I'm going to call it a day. Looks like we're just in this really tight, choppy range. I've only got a few more minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead and head on out. So not too bad of a day. By not too bad, I mean it was a really good day. I had two wins that I feel good about. So took this trade after this trend played out. Short-term downtrend, needed a break and new low. Took the second entry off the triple test. I like that one. This one, looking for a downtrend coming back within the range. Second entry short, looking for a break and new low, coming back within this tiny range too. Nice lower high off the EMA, big bearish bar. I like both those. So pretty good day. And I will see you on Monday.